Hi there, and welcome. You've found Bedtime Story, where dreams begin. Tonight, we're venturing into realms of wonder and imagination, whether it's magical forests, faraway galaxies, or timeless fairy tales. You're in the perfect place to drift off in peace. If these stories help you find calm, please leave a comment to share your thoughts. And don't forget to hit subscribe and tap that like button to keep the magic going. Now get comfortable, close your eyes, and listen as the story unfolds. Vance Astrovik, Rise of the Telekinetic Hero. Waking up in the body of Vance Astrovik in New York City, the SI has to deal with going to Midtown High School and also coping with all the other craziness a Marvel universe has to offer. Includes elements from the MCU and various Marvel comics. Chapter 1, first off. Dying was scary. More so than I thought it would be. The sudden realization that all my hopes and dreams would never be fulfilled, and everything I had wanted to do would never be done. That all the people I loved would be devastated, and the things I wanted to tell them would forever remain unsaid. However, as it turns out, I would have another chance. I was reincarnated. At first, I thought that I was incredibly lucky to die in one first world country and then reincarnate into another, specifically Canada to the US. The culture was incredibly similar, and English was a language I already knew. The dice seemed to be falling in my favor, and I was able to be praised as a genius since I was young, which was nice. That's when I started to notice that things were different to how I remembered them. I'd reincarnated further into the past than when I died, and even so, everything was just different. A president I didn't remember, celebrities I'd never heard of, giant companies that don't exist, and new giant companies to fill their place. Stark Industries, Oscorp, the Future Foundation. It was clear to me at that point that I was in the world of Marvel Comics. What really hit that home was when mutants decided to reveal themselves to the world a few months back. They'd apparently existed for at least decades already, hiding in plain sight and even helping people when they could. But now a select group of mutants under Professor Charles Xavier as the X-Men had declared themselves to the world as a friend of humanity and a safe haven for mutants the world over. A lot of humanity took it rather poorly, my father included. Freaks, the lot of them, my father shouts out at the breakfast table, the news playing on our small box like television a small way away. Now dear, they're not that bad, are they? They're not hurting anyone. My mother chimes in, ever the sweetheart. She'd made us toast again. We're not a rich family by any means. In fact, I'd say we were downright poor, but she always tries her best. That's just it, Norma. You can't tell if someone is a monster or human anymore. It's disgusting. They were reporting earlier about mysterious tragedies that could be very easily explained by the presence of one of those things. You don't know if the guy walking past you on the street might freak out and start spitting fire from his nostrils anymore. Arnold, no swearing at the breakfast table.
Sorry, dear. It's just really disturbing, you know.
To think that one of those things might be going to school with Vance or working alongside me makes my stomach curl. Dad was an angry dude, always yelling about this and that. Honestly, it was sometimes pretty hilarious, especially when it was about something super weird. Like one time he got really mad when this nature documentary was reporting that penguins lived in Australia and South Africa. Bullshit, he yelled at the TV. They'd shrivel up faster than my cock in the shower. They only live in Antarctica. He was wrong, it turns out. Still hilarious. Because as angry as he gets, that's all he ever does. Yell. My grandfather was apparently an angry dude too. First generation Eastern European guy. Not sure what part. The last name Astrovik doesn't seem to be very common. He was just as angry from what I've gleaned, except his anger would often turn into him beating the shit out of my dad and my grandmother. Despite how loud and upset my dad gets, he never uses violence, and I respect that about him. What do you think, Vance? My mother asks me. She was really loving, caring, and kind. I couldn't have asked for a better mother in my new life. She's pretty quiet a lot of the time though, probably has to be when my dad is so loud. I don't know. Aren't they just people who got special powers? It sounds like these X-Men guys want to help other people too. Bah! You shouldn't trust those freaks too fast, Vance. What's to stop them from turning that power on us, huh? Well, I mean they haven't done that yet, right? Naive Vance. They will. Those things are freaks of nature. They need to be wiped out before they decide to wipe us out. All right. You're going to be late, dear. Vance, get ready for school. I take the out and run to my room to get my bag ready. Dad's rants can be hilarious sometimes, but he can really get going if you don't stop him. Plus, the rant about the genocide of mutants wasn't one of his hilarious all-time classics. I grab my bag and I'm out the door. Don't wait up. I've got club after school. All right, sweetie. See you later. I just turned 14 and I was going to Midtown High School. Just a random school in Queens, New York. As far as being in the Marvel universe went, I didn't really have a whole lot of information. I'd watched the movies and I knew a bit about the comics, but honestly, I was pretty lost. Tony Stark looked exactly like Robert Downey Jr., so there's a chance this is a similar world to the movies. He even did the whole I am Iron Man thing a few years back. It was awesome. But there were never any mutants in the Marvel movies. At least not in the same universe as Iron Man. There's also the Fantastic Four, who just got their powers a year ago. They're pretty much universally beloved here in New York. So, yay, I don't really have any clue what's going on. This world has lots of elements from lots of things, so I'm pretty sure I'm flying blind. But honestly, that suits me just fine. If I had definitive knowledge about things that were going to happen, then I'd be compelled to try and do something about them, which would be dangerous. Incredibly dangerous, seeing as I'm literally just a normal 14-year-old human. I'm a little tall for my age at 177, but that's hardly going to mean anything if I need to fight an alien or a robot or something. I'm also considered somewhat of a genius in this world, and not for the reason you're thinking of either. Sure, having an adult's education in the mind of a child impressed a lot of people. but it's super obvious to me that this mind works far better than my last one. I don't even know how to explain it. Things just make more sense. I'm not even trying to brag or anything either. I know that in the grand scheme of this world, I'm nothing. Ever had a chance to read Reed Richards' papers, Tony Stark's publicly available designs, Otto Octavius's research? It's so far beyond me. It's not even funny. Richards gets abstract very quickly, and I think you need multiple PhDs to even understand what he's talking about. Stark's stuff is simpler. Give me a couple of years and I might even be able to replicate some of it. But that's just what's publicly available. The simple shit. Basically, I won't be building an arc reactor anytime soon. Otto's research is at least understandable, but I have no idea how he makes some of the logical leaps he does. His mind clearly works differently to lesser beings like me. But as far as school goes, I'm acing everything, and I've even been scouted out by a few universities already. There's no way my parents could afford to send me, so I'm very much relying on a full ride scholarship. But yay, even if I am in a world of super beings, I should be all right. I've got a decent future ahead of me, and I already know what I want to do. Vance, hey, over here. I look over at the rounded form of my friend Laurie. She was seriously smart and a sweet girl, always really nice to everyone. Hey Laurie, I wave. What's up? Her smile brightened as she ran, wobbled over towards me. We've got science first period. Want to walk there together? She asked with a smile. Sure, let's go. And we start to walk to science class while Laurie tells me about a new book she'd been reading. Something about steam power. It was kind of interesting as a concept. It's cool and all, but if you ever actually want to power anything, I don't see why anyone would choose steam, I say. It's not the most efficient right now, but the book said they'd been looking into a way to circulate the steam and use the byproduct to refuel the engine. She didn't get to finish as Flash, or Eugene as I sometimes call him, interrupts us. Well, if it isn't Astrovik and his charity case, why are you hanging around this loser Vance? Putting in some volunteer hours for the fat and ugly? He laughs at his own joke, and I see Laurie's whole person just drop. She'd always had issues with bullies. It's hard for someone as smart as her to make friends as it is, but the way she looks just makes her a walking target for some of Midtown High's arsehole community. I've tried to help in that regard, but Flash never seems to get the memo. Personally, I hang out with people I actually like and enjoy talking to. Didn't realize you only hung out with people you had the hots for, Eugene. Better watch out, Tiny. I grin and nudge the Asian guy, nicknamed Tiny, near me because at this point we'd drawn a small crowd. Spluttering, Flash couldn't come up with something clever quick enough. So he ended up going with, "Yeah, well, maybe you should just marry her then." And everyone was silent until I laughed in his face. Come on, Eugene. It's like you're not even trying. I wiped the tear from my eye. His face went red, and just when it looked like some other students were ready to intervene, the bell rang. Flash left with a frown. but he'd get over it and be back. He always was. He really wasn't so bad. A bit of a dick, but not evil or anything. We actually got on fairly okay. Also, yay, that's Eugene Flash Thompson. Not the broader blonde one from comic books, but the smaller brown one from the Spider-Man movie. Speak of the devil. Did you see the look on his face? The large Asian guy, Ned, came up and laughed. He makes it too easy, I smirked back. You going to club after school, Vance? The Tom Holland lookalike asks me. Wouldn't miss it, Peter. If it matters, I'm pretty sure he's not Spider-Man yet. We're also not that close. We talk, and I'd call him a friend, but not so close that he'd reveal any spider secrets to me if he had any. Not on purpose either, because I really admire Spider-Man. I played the PS4 Spider-Man game right before I died, and what struck me was how selfless he was. Everything he did, he just did because he thought it was the right thing to do. He never got anything in return, other than the death of his loved ones and being dirt poor, and yet he just kept trying to do good. He was what I'd call a real hero. If I was a super person in some way, I'd want to be like him. But since I'm not, I'm happy to follow my own dreams. And just like that, school came and went, and suddenly I was at my club, the Decathlon. Basically a quiz game. It was actually pretty fun. I tried to get Laurie to join too, but she seemed pretty hesitant. Probably because Flash was in the club too. Yo, Cap. I salute our decathlon captain Liz as I walk in. She smirks in response. I'm not Captain America, Vance. Damn, that's an old reference. How about Captain Decathlon? I try. That would be the lamest superhero. She laughs in response. As far as anyone is aware, Captain America is dead. Must be frozen in ice somewhere. Or maybe he is dead. Different universe and all. We line up and get ready to practice in teams. Peter and I against Cindy and Michelle. We were our 4 strongest members, but Peter and I were undefeated and Liz was hoping we could get to nationals. Dude, Peter whispers under his breath as we take our places. I look over at him with an eyebrow raised. How do you do that? He looked really confused and in awe. I narrow my eyes. Do what? You know. He trails off, trying to mime something with his hands. Talk to girls and stuff. You were just talking to Liz like a person? Yay! He goes, and then realizes how stupid of a revelation that was. I grin, get in close and whisper in his ear, Do you like Liz? The reaction was immediate. I swear he almost fell of his chair. He says, forgetting to control the volume of his voice. No, of course not. She definitely wasn't the reason I joined this club or anything. Definitely not. His rambling was all the confirmation I needed. That, and it was the same in the movie. Your secret's safe with me. I wink and almost send him into a panic attack. All right, first question. And Liz starts the decathlon. The practice was soon over, and we were all preparing to go home. Hey, Peter, want to come to my place? I've got a new Lego set we could do. Millennium Falcon, 3,000 pieces, Ned asks. Whoa, sounds awesome, man. Peter responded. But I can't. I already promised Harry I'd go to his place tonight for dinner, he continued. Harry Osborn? Since when were you two friends? He's not so bad. Really. He just gets a bad rep from his dad. He's actually a good guy. Ned looked at him skeptically. Harry Osborn was one of the reasons I knew this school was not the same as the one in the movie. He was actually an all-right guy, not an ounce of psychopath in him. He wants to take after his late mother and go into botany. Take it from me, Ned, Osborn's all right. I jump into their conversation. If you say so, Vance. Hey, if you don't mind, could I come over in Peter's place and help you out with the Millennium Falcon? Peter and Ned look at me with mild surprise. Like I said, we were friends. We just didn't hang out much outside school and decathlon club. Oh, this is rich. Pancake tits and Astrovik building Legos together. How romantic. Maybe you guys can make out afterwards. I have it on good authority that Astrovik likes them fat. He laughs at his own joke again. Why do you seem so interested in my romantic life, Eugene? If I didn't know better, I'd say you had a crush on me. To his credit, he just rubbed that one off and snorted in response. Mind if I come too? We all turned to see Michelle, standing there with a nonchalant expression. We must have looked confused because she continued. What? I like Lego. Not the kind of hobby I would have predicted for her, but I like building things up, just to smash it at the end, reducing it to its base components, as if nothing ever existed in the first place. It's very zen. That sounds more like Michelle. Hey, don't smash my Lego. Ned gets defensive. Isn't that better anyway, Ned? Then you can build it again later with Peter. I try to restore the peace. Ned seems to consider it for a while and then nods. Yeah, that would be cool actually. Awesome. So we're in agreement. Let's go build that Lego. Michelle stared at me with her normal, I'm looking right through you look. And then smash it. I finish, and she grins. The three of us head to Ned's place. Have fun at Harry's, Peter. I wave. I've been there a few times as well. Don't freak out about his dad too much. He's a bit intense, but he'll like you if you can prove how smart you are. I give him a thumbs up and escape to catch up with Ned and Michelle, catching a glimpse of his confused-looking face as I go. So we built the Lego Millennium Falcon, and then subsequently smashed it. I don't think I've ever seen Michelle look so happy. It was actually a lot of fun. Later losers, she said when she left. See you tomorrow, Ned, I say, and begin to walk my own way. See you, Vance. Thanks for coming over. I turn back and he's waving at me with a big grin on his face. I smile and give him a thumb up. As I'm walking home, I realize just how late it had gotten. The sky was black and I could see the twinkling of 0 stars. New York City isn't the best when it comes to star viewing. That's part of the reason I want to get out there. Well, that and the tons of advanced alien races confirmed in the movies and comics. I want to be an astronaut. I'll join the Air Force first, become a pilot, and then I'll apply to the space program. I want to be able to see it all, the wonders of this new universe I find myself in. Vance Astrovik, I suddenly hear from behind me. I turn with a start to discover a giant, easily 6'4", maybe 250 pounds of pure muscle, which isn't hard to see as he's wearing a blue skin suit covering his entire body, and on his arm is a shield styled like Captain America's. I could almost feel the power emanating from him. Who the hell was this guy? And how does he know my name? Calm down. I'm not here to hurt you. I'm here to warn you. Warn me of what? I ask. Not to become an astronaut. Never join the space program. Maybe you shouldn't join the Air Force either, just to be safe. My eyebrows were fully raised and my mouth hung open. Where does this guy get off telling me what to do? Wait, how does he even know about that? How do you know so much about me? I ask, pinning him with the best glare my 14-year-old self could muster. He goes to respond, but his form almost flickers for a second. Shh, I don't have much time. Listen closely and hold this for me. He hands me the shield and continues talking. I take it without thinking about it much. I later learned this is a psychological trick you can use. Talk to distract the mind, while the body subconsciously takes whatever is handed to it. First off, I'm you from the future. I take a step back and examine him from head to toe once more. No way. He has the physique of a Greek god. I look down at myself for comparison. No chance. Thomas, listen to me. My eyes widen and I take another step back to steady myself as I threaten to faint on the spot. That was my name from my old life. I haven't told that to anyone, nor would I ever. As far as I'm concerned, Thomas is dead and Vance is alive. The slate was wiped clean. No point dwelling on it. Could he really be me? In the future, you join the Air Force, become a major, and then join the space program. Your mission was to be preserved in cryostasis and sent to a distant galaxy. Except humanity beat me. You. Us to it. They'd already colonized it. What's more, Earth had long since been destroyed, and humanity was on the verge of being completely wiped out. This event awakened my mutant powers, and I ended up joining and leading a newly formed Guardians of the Galaxy. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold up there. Mutant powers. I cut him off at that key piece of info. There was a lot of key info in that spiel, but this part seemed particularly important. Yes, they were awakened when I was about to be killed by an invading alien force. I think I was around 30 when that happened, though of course this was long in the future. So I'm a mutant. My blood runs cold remembering the conversation my family had earlier that morning. Yes, though dormant, you have the mutant gene. Though my reason for being here is partly to prevent its awakening. That, and prevent you from becoming an astronaut. My life was completely ruined after my first and last mission, and every event since has been mired in despair. He looks down at the ground and I think he was frowning. It was hard to tell with the bodysuit. What about the Guardians? I ask, trying to cheer up my future self. I'd accepted it at this point. His story was too specific and weird to be a lie, and he knew my name in my past life. Fine friends and comrades, but many die all the time. The universe is both large and unstable in the future. Constant wars and dead friends has sent me here to try and prevent myself from even being there in the first place. He looks me in the eye. Please. He moves his hand towards me, and I flinch and slap it away. Except not with my hands. My eyes widen as I stare at his hand. He stares at his own hand too, and we just stand in silence for a couple of seconds. What the hell was that? I break the deadlock. It's impossible. My mutant powers shouldn't awaken until the future. Did I change it somehow? Or... What the hell was that? I yell, my hands shaking. I'd heard his mumblings. I just didn't want to admit it to myself. His head jerks up to meet my eye line. Telekinesis. My mutant power is telekinesis. The power to move matter with your mind. I do apologize. I didn't think that just meeting my past self would have such dire consequences. I was breathing heavily, and my eyes went back to my hands. That's when I noticed I wasn't holding the shield. I quickly looked behind me to find a red, white, and blue shield floating in midair. I screamed in surprise, and it flew right at my future self, who simply held up his hand and caught it, before flickering again, this time dropping to one knee. I haven't got long left. Listen to me, he yelled when I was unresponsive. I've always felt my powers lead to catastrophic events in my life because that was how the series of events started, with the awakening of my mutant gene. But they've also helped me save countless friends and innocent lives the universe over. Train them well and use them how you see fit. Personally, I took inspiration from Captain America, righteous and unfaltering Captain America, to do good because it's the right thing to do. Find your own way, Vance. You'll be all right. My panic attack slowed down as his words droned on. Mutant powers don't change who I am. I don't even have to use them if I don't want to. I'm going to be fine. I take a deep breath and nod seriously at my future self. I think he grins at me back, but again, hard to tell with the mask. And hold on to this as an apology. He throws the shield at me, and before I can think, a strange compulsion overtakes me and it stops a few inches from my face. Why would I want this? I ask. What am I going to do with a knockoff shield? What? You don't want Captain America's actual shield? He teased. My eyes snap back to it as I look at it in a whole new light. This thing is way too much trouble. This is going to get me killed, I yell. Or it could be a powerful tool to protect yourself. It is a shield. How do you even have this? I searched for it on the old ruins of Earth. It took me months to find the thing. He flickers again, and this time lets out a yell. All right, Vance. That's my time. Train well, and remember, don't become an astronaut, he says, and his form starts to fade. Wait, what do they call you? In the future, what do they call you? Major victory. His voice fades out, as does the rest of him. Major victory. Really? Definitely never calling myself that. I laugh to myself, trying to somehow distract myself from the insanity of everything that just happened. 2, Chapter 2. I got up to my room with little fuss. Mom was in the kitchen and Dad was watching TV. I yelled out a "hello, school was good" before running to my room, trying to simultaneously hide Captain America's shield with my body. I finally choose under my bed as the hiding place. It was the best I got. Okay? I put a blanket on it too. "Vance, are you hungry?" I hear my mum call from outside my room. "I'm all right, Mum. Just tired. Think I'm going to head to bed early." "All right, sweetie. Good night." "Good night, Mom." Major victory. Had mentioned more than once that I should train my powers. I suspect it's because I involuntarily used them several times after they activated. I need to make sure that doesn't happen again. Otherwise, people will find out. My parents will find out. I shake my head to clear my thoughts. It'll be fine. I just need to train a bit. And so I spent the next few hours before bed, lifting up various objects with my mind and putting them down gently. It was actually quite difficult. The heavier the object, the more difficult it is. I had a nosebleed by the end of the training session. Anyway, time for bed. I wake up with a bang as my bed plummets back to the ground and I fall out of it, blinking with confusion. My brain's still trying to wake up and then catch up with what just happened. "Vance, are you all right?" I hear as my bedroom door swings open to reveal my concerned-looking mother. "I'm fine, Mom. Just fell out of bed." It wasn't that hard to lie about it, since I was currently sprawled out on the floor. "Well, breakfast is ready." She looks at me funny and goes back to the kitchen. So my powers can activate in my sleep apparently. Great. I push it to the back of my mind and join my family for toast again. Awesome. And Harlem continues to rebuild following the tragedy of 3 years ago, when what witnesses claimed to be a battle between two giant monsters was fought. The New York City Mayor's Department declined to comment. The TV blared the news. That was the destruction caused in the Hulk movie, probably covered up by S.H.I.E.L.D. and the American government. Another tragedy, probably caused by mutants. Abominations that went crazy with power and fought each other, killing dozens. My dad starts to rant again. This time, though, I'm finding it far less amusing than I normally do. A popular theory, now that mutants have come out of the shadows, is that an out-of-control mutant or mutants caused the devastation. "What did I tell you?" my dad starts yelling. Professor Charles Xavier of the X-Men had this to say: "We can confirm that this was not orchestrated by mutants. Whether it was done by some other superpowered individual, we can't be sure." A likely story," my dad barks back. Professor Xavier is of course referring to beings like those of the Fantastic Four, who gained superhuman abilities through different means to those of the mutants. Whether or not his claims have merit is yet to be seen. This is Danica Lewis, signing off. Damn mutants, putting blame on the Fantastic Four for their own destruction. Demons, the lot of them. My face scrunched up a bit at that. Why is the Fantastic Four different to mutants? I don't understand. Aren't they all just people with superpowers? My mom tries asking. Bah! How could you say such a thing? The Fantastic Four are heroes. Plus, there's only the four of them. We know who they are, and I trust them to do good, or at least hold them accountable. Mutants, on the other hand, could be anyone. Hitler himself could have been a damn mutant for all we know. Dad trails off into a slur of insults, and I sort of zone out. See you later, I say, listlessly, and begin walking to school. See you later, sweetie, my mum calls back. What would she do? How would she react if she knew? If she found out I was a mutant? My blood runs cold when I picture her face looking at me with disgust. I have to stop on the sidewalk because I feel like I'm going to puke. I know Dad wouldn't have a good reaction. He'd probably... I cut off that train of thought with a shake of my head and see that I've arrived at the school. Wow, you actually go to school? So lame. I turn to see Michelle standing there with that smug grin of hers. You're here too, Michelle. I point out the obvious. Am I? She says mysteriously and walks off. I physically close my eyes to try to understand what just happened. Whatever. School awaits, and I think I've got gym first. Turns out it was health class. The gym teacher does actually looks like Hannibal Buress, which I was super excited about at first. I even got him to tell me a joke. It was terrible. Gym teacher Hannibal sucks, and now he's telling everyone where babies come from. Great. Everyone looks mortified. Peter's face looks like it's about to explode. He's so red. Michelle is asleep. We wrap up the class, and I start to walk over to my next one. I just can't seem to focus today. It all just seems so unimportant with what happened yesterday. I'm a mutant, and according to my future self, I shouldn't try to follow my dreams because only misery would await me after I achieve them. Everything really sucks right now. I let out a sigh and try to think about something else. Vance. I'm interrupted when Laurie places both of her hands square on my shoulders and looks at me in the eye with a serious expression. Huh? Laurie? What's up? She gives me a queer look. I've been trying to get your attention for a while now. Everything okay? Her expression softens. I gulp unconsciously. I must be really out of it. Sorry, Laurie. I'm just going through some stuff right now. I give her a half smile. Nothing you should worry about. I get cut off. Of course I'm worried, Vance. I've never seen you like this before. She looks me up and down. We're friends, aren't we? She suddenly asks me. Of course we are. I get cut off again. Then let me help, she says very seriously. I smile genuinely for the first time, taking her hand off my shoulder and holding it in my own. Thanks, Laurie. It's just I've recently found out that it's impossible for me to achieve a dream I've had since I was a child. There's nothing to help unfortunately. I'm just not feeling particularly happy right now. Laurie's face sinks and she looks down at her feet. Are you sure it's impossible? She asks quietly. Yeah, not unless I want to be completely miserable. I frown. Laurie looks distraught, almost on the edge of tears. Isn't there some other way? She asks, tears threatening to spill out. What do you mean? This isn't fair. Not to you of all people. Her voice starts loud and then shrinks into a mumble. You're always so kind and bright. I don't want to see you like this, she exclaims desperately, using her free hand to mime something. I smile wryly. Not a whole lot I can do about it, Laurie, as much as I appreciate the sentiment. Isn't there a way you can achieve your dream without being miserable? She asks, looking determined. I don't understand. I tilt my head. Like when a soccer player isn't quite good enough to play, he becomes a manager or a referee or something. If you can't be a judge, then be a prosecutor or a police officer. Ways you can achieve your dream in a different way. I think about it for a second. Major Victory told me that I would be frozen during my first mission in the space program on purpose, and would be sent to a distant planet. In that time, the planet is already colonized. Hundreds of years pass, and the Earth is destroyed. Can't I just be an astronaut without joining the space program then? My mind starts working furiously to catch up. Well, I'd need a rocket. I'd have to invent and build my own. Which is unlikely. Maybe I could come up with some sort of research project to get the funding needed to go on a mission to space through some private company. That seems possible. Very possible. I start beaming and pull Laurie in for a full hug. She yelps in surprise but settles into the hug serenely. Thank you, I whisper out, trying not to cry. This is exactly what I needed. Some hope. Everything's not completely fucked up just yet. I just need to brainstorm some ideas. What's in space that a private company would be willing to pay for? Military application would probably be the most likely option. Maybe some rare element or resource. Proof of aliens, maybe. I separate from the hug and give the now red Laurie a smile. I just thought of a way to work around the problem. Thanks a lot, Laurie, you're a good friend. Laurie starts and then smiles back. Yeah, no problem, Vance. I'm happy to help. I'll see you around, Laurie. I've got to get to math. I shoot her my best smile and walk off, completely oblivious to everyone staring at me in the hallway because of the scene I just made. Laurie, for her own part, stared at Vance's back as he walked off, still feeling the warmth of his hug and trying to ignore the jealous and examining stares of the surrounding onlookers. Vance had been nothing but great to her since they met. He'd done wonders for her self-confidence and got most of the bullies to back off. He'd also become an invaluable friend to her. Well, that's why when she saw him looking like he'd had his soul sucked out, walking listlessly down the corridor, not noticing his surroundings, she'd literally run up to him to try and help. He'd even hugged her. She knew there was no chance someone like Vance would see her as anything more than a friend. Despite Vance's support, she knew she wasn't very attractive. She was far too heavy and round to be seen as more than a friend. And despite how Vance acts, he's actually really popular. If he hadn't spoken to her first, she never would have imagined being his friend. He just has something magnetic about him that makes him really easy to talk to, that makes people want to listen to him and be his friend. Even Flash likes him in his own way. And despite thinking that she was happy just being his friend, overjoyed, in fact, to just be his friend, she wanted something more, and she knew she was greedy and stupid and crazy for wanting it. But she did. She also knew that if she had any chance, she had to get in better shape. But she was determined. She was going to do this, and she was going to succeed. She clenched her fists and walked off to her next class, looking up gym memberships and diet plans on her phone as she went. I skipped the decathlon today. I had too much on my mind, and I needed the time to practice using my powers, at least to the point where my bed won't start floating when I'm sleeping. So I start walking away from school, backpack over my shoulder, trying to think of somewhere isolated or abandoned I could use to train. I remember that place on Staten Island where they abandon boats and leave them to rot. Creepy place, but isolated, large and abandoned. Perfect. I grab a taxi and head over. The ship graveyard is huge, and the block it's located on is run down and generally avoided. So I had no trouble sneaking in and avoiding attention. Right, where to start? I see a lone anchor leaning against a rotten-looking old boat. I lift the anchor into the air steadily, under a fair amount of strain. I keep lifting until I feel my nose start to bleed, and then I drop it with a loud bang, smashing the previously rotten boat into debris. The only side effect of my powers appears to be mental strain and nosebleeds. What would happen if I tried to lift something ridiculously heavy? I look over at a metal submarine-looking thing. It was gigantic. I try to lift it up, straining my mind and using my hands to mime to motion, as if it was helping. I could hear it creak and moan, my nose leaking blood. But I keep going, and just before I think it's going to lift up, I pass out. I wake up on my back, floating a few inches off the ground. I start to panic when I realize I'm not touching the ground, which subsequently releases the hold of my powers, and I genuinely fall back onto the dirt and hit my head. I drone out with a sigh. So I pass out if I strain myself beyond just a nosebleed. Good to know. Also, it seems like I can make myself float. I use my powers on myself and float myself a few inches of the ground, resisting the urge to wave about to regain my balance and footing. This is actually much easier than lifting something else. Using telekinesis to make myself float. Maybe I could also. I'm suddenly moving forwards, stomach facing the ground, flying in between discarded boats and shipwrecks. I'm actually going surprisingly fast. It's a wonder that I haven't hit anything. If I was running this fast, I would definitely hit something. It probably has to do with the fact that I'm not actually flying. Well, I am. I'm just using my mind to control my movements. which has a lot better control than moving physically. As soon as I think it, I'm doing it, no lag, which is allowing me to go at tremendous speeds. I slow down and land carefully, stumbling a bit when air finally becomes solid ground again, and I'm moving by my own power. Okay. Who doesn't have fantasies about flying? Still, I need to keep this secret, which means I can't really use my abilities to fly anywhere. Damn. Oh well. Keeping my mutant powers secret is more important. Plus, I can always fly here when I'm training. I grin and start flying around again, attempting to move objects around with me. Simultaneously controlling things is super hard. The more things, the heavier those things are, the harder it gets. I'm not really sure if what I'm doing is helping, but at the very least, I feel like I know much more about my powers now than I did before. I go home, much happier than I left it. My powers are starting to make more sense, and I've got a new plan to follow to reach my dream. When I get back to our shitty rundown apartment, I see my next door neighbor Sam also getting back. Sam, it's been a while, man. Where have you been? I wave. Sam grins back. Lots of dates with lots of hot girls. You wouldn't understand what it's like, he teases. Sure thing, Sam. I wouldn't call hanging out with your mom a date, though she is hot, I tease back. Pfft, you ass. Sam laughs along. He's a bit of a cocky guy, but he's always up for a laugh, and we've known each other since we were kids, so I'd count him as one of my best friends. How have you been anyway? I asked. Sam actually sighs, his easygoing personality shrinking back. I don't know, man. It's been hard since my dad left, you know? My mom's trying to make it seem like she's got it together, but anyway, I picked up a part-time job to help pay for the bills. Someone's got to be the man of the house, now that asshole. Sam's dad left a couple years back pretty abruptly. I remember how distraught he was at the time. I never got a reason why he left, but Sam doesn't seem to have any good feelings about it. So we haven't been able to hang out very much since. We were practically inseparable before that. Well, let me know if your mum is taking applications, because... What's the big idea? I laugh at Sam's expense as he punches me in the arm. You ass. Sam laughs and unlocks his door. Hey, you free this weekend? Maybe we could hang out, I ask. Sam frowns and rubs the back of his head. Sorry, man, I'm working all weekend. Next time, yeah? He half smiles. I half smile back. Definitely, I respond. Though I know next time isn't happening either. It never does. I internally sigh and walk into my own apartment. Hey Vance, how was school? My mom asks. It was okay, I respond. I thought of something I want to work on to help me become an astronaut, I supply. Oh, weren't you going to join the Air Force and then the space program? My mother asked. She knew what I wanted to do. After all, I was praised as a genius since I was little, so my parents were constantly trying to figure out possible career paths for me and how they could best help. When I figured out what I wanted, my mom was, of course, incredibly supportive. My dad was too, in his own way, telling me why it was hard and how people fail. It's his special brand of caring. He just focuses on the negatives. Right, I was thinking that I could go a different route and this way I could start immediately. And how do you plan on doing that? If I can come up with a research paper or a study that would require space exploration, then I could secure private funding and condition it on going myself. That's my little genius. My mum smiles at me and pulls me in for a hug. "Mom," I say in protest, but make no move to escape. "Just don't push yourself too hard, okay? You've got plenty of time." She smiles at me with concern. "Okay, Mom," I reply. Just then, my dad cuts in. "Are you sure it's a good idea to go this route, Vance? It's more common for astronauts to come from the Air Force," he says with his usual skeptical tone. "I'm sure." I nod. "This way, I can go on missions that I design myself. It will be more fulfilling if I pull it off. Besides, I can always fall back on the Air Force if none of my research and theories are accepted and funded." My dad narrows his eyes, but nods. "All right, just don't take it too hard if you fail. There are plenty of geniuses out there." My dad walks off back to the TV. I know he's just looking out for me, and I know better than most what kind of monstrous geniuses exist in this world. But a little bit of encouragement would have been nice. "You know how he is, Vance. He loves you, really," my mom says protectively. I nod and begin to head to my room. God tells me that mutants are simply an incarnation of the devil, demons sent to destroy or corrupt us. I swing my head around to the program Dad was watching. Demons in human skin, though sometimes they're not even hidden. The Reverend on the TV holds up a picture of the X-Men, pointing to the member known as the Beast. Sometimes it's even more blatant. He holds up a blurry picture taken with a mansion in the background. A blue, dare I say it, demonic-looking creature is displayed on the photograph. Thanks to my small X-Men knowledge, I recognize that as the mutant Nightcrawler. But my dad reacts differently. "I'm not sure about this god rubbish, but that sure as looks like a demon to me. Maybe this Reverend Stryker guy is onto something. To think these vermin walk among us and pretend to be human. Disgusting." I turn my head away quickly and walk upstairs with measured steps. I lie in bed for a bit with a notepad and immediately try to think of something else. I decide to brainstorm some ideas for my private astronaut ventures. Maybe something about space metals and resources a company could find in space. Vibranium, maybe. I look down and remember the vibranium shield under my bed. No, that would raise more questions than benefits. Okay, maybe something more specific to what it is I want then. Space travel. Something to make space travel faster, perhaps. Lightspeed engine. No way I'll be able to figure that out, and I have no way of knowing what the cutting-edge tech is, so I can't attempt to just build a better engine. Wormholes, then. My brain suddenly sparks to life. That's possible. I remember that in the Marvel movies, the Guardians of the Galaxy frequently used wormholes. I'll need to do some calculations, run some formulas, but I should be able to at least build a rudimentary theory for wormhole travel. Even if it doesn't work, it should be able to get someone's attention. Hopefully. Oh well, won't know until I try. I yawn as I walk into my English class. I'd been up almost all night working on my wormhole theory paper. When I started writing, the numbers just kept working, and I didn't want to stop when everything was going so smoothly. I only finally stopped at about 50 pages when I realized it was 5 a.m. and I had to wake up for school in a couple hours. So yay, not a great sleep, but honestly, I should have my paper done by the end of the week, which is fantastic. I just need to find some kind of publisher. The Future Foundation has their own scientific journal catered to younger researchers. That should be right up my alley. I'll take my work over there after school to hopefully get a preliminary approval. Just then Liz waves to me to stop me in the hallway. Hey, we missed you at club yesterday and you don't look so good, Vance. Everything all right? I smile and nod. I'm all right. I was just working on something else yesterday and was up a bit late. Oh yay, what were you working on? Liz asks. Just a research paper I'm doing. I'm hoping I can get it published. Liz's eyebrows shoot up. Wow, for real? That's awesome, Vance. I just wanted to tell you that we'd really like it if you could make time to come to club tomorrow. But if you're busy... I cut her off. No, it's all right, Liz. I'll be there. I smile and the bell rings. Awesome. Well, I got to get to class, Vance. I'll see you tomorrow. I wave her off and continue walking to English. I get joined by a frowning Peter Parker. He keeps glancing at me, but not saying anything. Something wrong, Peter? I ask, slightly bemused. Peter starts as if he's shocked I acknowledged him. Hey, Vance. Yay. No, I saw you talking to Liz, and I cut him off. I don't like Liz, Pete. Really? I mean, she's a friend and all. But as far as romance goes, she's all yours, pal. I give him a good-natured punch in the shoulder that feels a little too solid, concerning. Peter gets his deer in the headlights look and starts to ramble a bit. It's all good, man. You should ask her out or something. I think she'd say yes. I tease him. Wait, what? Are you serious? He grabs me by the shoulder and spins me around a bit too easily for my liking. Yeah, I think he already has spider powers. I mean, I'm not her, so no guarantees. But I don't see why not. Give it a shot. That is if you do like her. I wink and grin at him and keep walking to English, now with Peter clearly contemplating his life behind me. It worked out in the movie after all. Well, sort of. They went to the dance together anyway. School was boring, and I couldn't get my paper out of my head, so I kept working on it in class. And I finished. At 85,000 words. Not sure if that's long, but I edited and compiled it into a presentable format and then left school with my research paper on wormholes and started going straight to the Baxter building. That's when I see a limo parked outside the school. The window rolls down as I pass it. Vance! I hear someone yelling from the window. I take a few steps back and see Norman Osborn looking at me with a smile on his face. Ah, Mr. Osborne, are you here to pick up Harry? Norman frowns with a melancholy I wasn't expecting. No, unfortunately Harry is sick right now, and he won't be in for a couple of weeks. I was just here to inform the principal. Oh wow, I hope it's not serious. Is he going to be okay? Norman nods. He will be. Don't you worry, Vance. I'm going to make sure of it. That's good to hear, Mr. Osborne, I say with a genuine smile. Norman might freak out at me, but he clearly loves Harry, and it was nice to see. Anyway, I just wanted to see how you were doing. You still planning on being an astronaut? I nod. That's right. I'm actually trying to get a paper on wormholes I wrote published. I'm just heading to the Baxter building now. Norman's eyebrows raise. Wormholes, is it? That's mighty ambitious. It's nothing too special, Mr. Osborne, really. Just some theoretical jumping off points. Nothing that could be used practically just yet. Norman nods with a bit of a glazed look in his eye. Just remember, Vance, my offer still stands. There's a place in R&D at Oscorp with your name on it should you want it after high school. I smile. Thanks, Mr. Osborne, really. I'd take you up on it, but I have to follow my dreams. Traveling in space is all I've ever wanted since I was a kid. That's all right, Vance. No need to explain yourself to this old man. You should always follow your dreams. I just want you to know that Oscorp always has a place for you, should you need it. I smiled genuinely again. Norman has been weirdly super nice and supportive of me for as long as I can remember. Ever since I went over to his house for the first time when Harry and I were in elementary school. I'll see you around, Vance. Harry will be back in school before you know it, and good luck with the paper. Norman smiles and signals his driver to go. I start heading off to the Baxter building again. When I reach the Baxter building, I realize I'm not sure how to approach this. I spy a couple paparazzi staking out the building, smoking cigarettes with cameras hung around their necks. The Fantastic Four really are super famous, I suddenly realize. I'd Googled it earlier, and there wasn't a set process for submitting a paper to the Future Foundation. So I figured I'd try the front desk. I walk in and see two security guards eye me up. The receptionist smiles politely. Hi there, what can I do for you? Yes, I was hoping to submit this. I hold up my research document. The receptionist visibly balked at the size of the document, but cut me off with her own spiel. Fan mail can be put into the mailbox over there, she points. I smile wryly. Actually, this is a research paper I was hoping to get submitted to the Future Foundation's journal. The receptionist's smile turns into a condescending smirk. The Future Foundation's journal only publishes people that the Fantastic Four personally scout. You should try somewhere else. Ah, I see. Sorry to bother you. I bow my head. Well, don't I feel stupid? I spy the mailbox on the way out and suddenly think, can't I just submit it there? I think my work's good enough. I'll just quickly write a contact number on the front. And done. I walk over to the mailboxes and place my paper amongst the pile. If it gets read, then great. If not, then I've got copies and some other places I can try. I swing by a few publications on my way home and even get one guy responsible for publishing to promise to read it. So I think I should be fine, hopefully. I get home to a normal sight. Dad's watching TV and Mom's in the kitchen. But since the TV is basically right next to the kitchen, we might as well all be in the same room. "Do you want some dinner, sweetie?" my mum asks. "Sounds good. What are we having?" I ask with a smile. "Casserole," Mum says excitedly, and my smile falters. I swear my diet mainly consists of toast and casserole. "Thanks, Mum," I say, half seriously. Half, because although I've eaten enough of that casserole to fill our apartment, I know Mum's just doing the best with what she has. Dad was watching football on the TV today, which was nice. The mutant bashing propaganda was getting a bit old. Hopefully he'll forget about that stuff and focus on something else soon. I've promised Liz that I'll go to decathlon tomorrow. So I'll work on training my powers on the Friday, which is the day after. I probably won't hear from any publishers for at least a couple of weeks, so my train of thought is interrupted by a knock on the door. "Can you get that, sweetie?" my mum asks. "Sure," I respond, leaving my half-eaten casserole on the table. I open the door, pondering what I should do over the weekend when I'm greeted by the sight of two people I was not expecting to see at my front door. My mouth opens to say something, but instead just hangs there motionlessly. A man and a woman. One with brown hair, the other a brilliant red. The man wore a leather jacket and a pair of red-tinted sunglasses. The woman had the same leather jacket, just in a smaller size. They had a yellow X emblem, placed where a left chest pocket might be. He looked rugged and serious. She was beautiful, and was smiling gently. "Vance Astrovik, my name is Scott Summers, and this is Jean Grey. We're from the X-Men." Chapter 3, my eyebrows go up. That was the only response I could muster. I couldn't get my mouth to move. It felt like my brain simply hadn't caught up. I was shell-shocked. "We're here because we believe you might be a mutant, and a very powerful one at that." Jean Grey apparently noticed my distress and continued in place of Scott. "You must be mistaken. I'm not," was all I could get out. My being was seized by a terror-stricken panic. More so when I heard my dad yell out from behind me, "Who the hell is it?" I try to shut the door, but Scott holds it firmly. I notice Jean touch his shoulder briefly, but I forget about that immediately as my dad comes lumbering over and takes a place behind me. I turn my head slowly to look at him, and rather than the anger that I was expecting, I see an expression I'd never seen on my father before. Fear. "You," he starts. "Mr. Astrovik, you've got nothing to fear from us. We just stopped by to speak with your son," Scott said diplomatically. My father places a hand protectively on my chest and pulls me backward behind him. "What do you want with my son?" he snarled out. "Your son has exceptional abilities, Mr. Astrovik. We'd like to take him with us and..." The rest of his speech is muffled by Jean as she places a hand over Scott's mouth. "I'm sorry. I think we have the wrong house," Jean says lamely. I watched with fear and apprehension, the expression on my dad's face as he slowly pieced everything together. I was breathing heavily at this point. I was terrified. My dad's hand, which never left my chest, suddenly clenched into a fist around my shirt collar and balled it up, bringing me closer to him. You. He looked back at me with such venom, I almost pissed myself. You're one of those fucking freaks? He yelled right in my face, his mouth so wide I was irrationally afraid he might bite my head off. He pointed dramatically at the two X-Men. My own son, a demon, one of those fucking freaks. His grip on my shirt got tighter and tighter and I could hear it starting to rip. Arnold, I could hear my mom from behind me shriek. He's one of them, Norma, one of those monsters. He raises his hand and I flinch and close my eyes. I could see the anger, the insanity swimming in his eyes. I had no idea what he was going to do next, and it terrified me. You're hurting him, I hear my mom yell out. And suddenly he drops me, and I hit my ass on the ground hard. I open my eyes to see my mother comforting my father towards the kitchen. Mom, I stutter out, my voice shaky, threatening to dissolve into sobs. She looks at me with an expression I couldn't place. She looks back at my dad. Just go, please, she asks quietly, and wouldn't make eye contact with me. My mouth felt dry. All of that liquid must have gotten used up in my eyes because at this point I was spilling tears so fast it was a wonder I wasn't dehydrated. I wiped my tears and nodded, not that she could see. And following that feeling was a compulsion to get away from this place immediately. I started running, away from this place, away from everything. I shoved past the two mutants and ran down several flights of stairs. I pause as I reach the bottom floor of the apartment building and exit the front door. I need my things. I don't have much left to lose. I float up to the window beside my bedroom and pull it open. I pull a suitcase and a backpack out of my closet and start packing. My clothes, my shoes, my toothbrush, my pillow, my computer. I almost stripped the place bare. I didn't have much there to start with. Suddenly, two other people float up beside me. We're so sorry, Vance. We didn't mean to. I cut off Jean by yelling. What? Didn't mean to make me a homeless orphan. I could see her wince. But I think I dealt more damage to myself with that one. My face scrunches up before I slap myself in the cheek. Hard. Come on, Vance, focus. Let's get out of this place. I land back on the ground. You can come with us, you know, to the X-Men mansion. I know that. Scott starts. And why the f*** would I do that? Everything was fine before you people showed up. Leave me alone. I yelled with such anger that the earth around us started shaking. Bits of dirt and small stones started floating in the air. Jean moves in front of Scott, who had started to frown, placing a hand up near his glasses on the side of his face. Calm down, Vance. I know that the situation is hard, but a situation you created. I wasn't in the mood to hear it. I don't like you. I don't trust you. Leave me alone, I said finally. I suddenly remember the shield, which I pull out last along with a fully packed backpack and suitcase. They all shoot out of my bedroom window and calmly float beside me. What is that? Scott asks, referring to the shield. None of your damn business. Like I'm going to tell these people about my visit from my future self. Your future self? I hear Jean gasp. The earth started shaking again. If you read my mind again, I'll begin to consider you hostile. My voice was cold. These people ruined everything. Scott reaches to take off his glasses. Jean puts a hand on his arm. We're truly sorry it turned out this way, Vance. We are. We'll leave now, okay? I nod. Just know that this would have happened eventually. I pierce her with a scorching glare. Mutant powers like yours are only going to get stronger. You'll need to train a lot in order to keep them under control. Eventually it would have gotten too much, and well, we didn't make your parents do what they did. Scott finished off ruthlessly. I fire a telekinetic pulse at him. Not to control him, but a pulse of intention in a specific direction. It was powerful, and Scott was launched across the street, making a dent in an innocent car. Jean laughs dryly, despite herself, and smiles wryly. Perhaps he deserved that. But Vance, if anyone understands what you're going through, it's the mutants housed at the X-Men mansion. Many of them have powers far more volatile than yours. Appearances that make it impossible to hide. And in some cases, she looks up at the window to my former home. Less understanding parents. My eyes open wider at that, so it's not great, but it could be worse. I laugh. It was an empty one, but I was actually feeling a little better. I breathe in and out deeply to calm myself. The earth stops shaking. I'll think about it, okay? Jean smiled brilliantly, which makes her look ridiculously beautiful. Then I hope to hear from you soon. She floats over a card with an address and a number on it. I pocket it and start walking in the opposite direction. So let me get this straight. A muscular, hairy mutant starts, lighting a cigar. This kid threw you into a car hard enough to knock you out cold with his mind. It was a cheap shot, Scott grumbled, nursing a very sore jaw. Wahaha, I like the sound of this kid. That's enough, Logan. The boy is an Omega-level telekinetic. He's only just tapped into his powers, but is able to use them with such power. You said he was flying too, manipulating objects into suitcases. A bold mutant in a wheelchair tried to bring order to the X-Men. Yes, the degree of control he showed was impressive, not to mention the power. Jean sent Scott a subtle grin. I also read his mind. He was very upset that we got him kicked out and revealed him to his parents. Professor Xavier face-palmed, as I'd imagine he would. A dark-skinned woman with silver hair said sarcastically. He was also thinking about a meeting he had with a version of himself from the future. Jean continued. The future? The blue-furred mutant, who was only half paying attention, suddenly yelled out, "He has some sort of time-traveling power as well." Dr. Hank McCoy turns to his longtime friend, Charles Xavier. Xavier shakes his head. Cerebro didn't pick up anything like that, though I suppose it's possible. Cerebro is much better at locating mutants and their power levels rather than what those powers specifically are. Well, what did this future Vance have to say? Hank further inquired. Vance wasn't thinking too specifically, just that he returned to the past and gave him Captain America's shield. A collective silence takes the room. As in the American war hero, Captain America. I don't understand, a large man with a Russian accent comments. Xavier was having trouble solving that problem too. Well, regardless, what's the assessment? Aurora asks, steering them back on topic. Powerful, Scott says, and rubs his aching neck. With huge room for growth. Jean continued. He's emotional, but he's also a good kid. He would have made a great X-Men, but he's turned us down. And if I'm honest, unless something big happens, I don't see that choice changing. Jean sighed. She wishes she had started to read everyone's mind as soon as they got there. Figure out the situation with his parents so they could avoid that whole unpleasant event. But the professor had taught her it was rude to pry in such a manner. It was only after Vance looked like he might attack that Jean went to read his intentions. But they couldn't take it back, and now Vance's life got screwed up thanks to her and Scott. Well, he has our card, right? We can only hope he'll come to see us one of these days. Sighed. We're going to leave him alone. Just like that, Logan wonders aloud. We've antagonized him. We don't want to be his enemy. If we show up to try and convince him again, then he's likely to react negatively, Aurora explains. If an incident happens and he needs our help, we'll be the first ones there. Understood? Xavier suggests solemnly. Everyone nods. Good. Aurora, I want you to keep tabs on him. He shouldn't recognize you, but stay out of sight. Just ensure he isn't using his powers for ill means. I also want to know if Max or anyone from the Brotherhood approaches him. Xavier transmitted telepathically to the Egyptian woman. Charles always sought the good in everyone, but that didn't mean he wouldn't be prepared if he was wrong. As soon as the two X-Men left, I was overcome with a crushing sense of loneliness. I didn't know what I was supposed to do now. The worst case scenario finally happened, and I have no plans. I didn't want to believe this situation was a possibility. I remember the look on my mom and dad's face, and I physically shiver. Where can I go now? I haven't got a lot of options in terms of sleeping arrangements. Sam's out because it's right next door to my parents. And that's too close for comfort, really. Harry's out as he's sick. Laurie, Liz, and Michelle are out as their girls, and I'm a gentleman. Flash is out because he's Flash. Maybe if I get more desperate. That leaves a very small pool of people I can count on. Honestly, it's Ned or Peter. And I'm going to go with Ned first on account of Peter's spider problems. Don't want to drag my mutant problems into his spider problem sphere. So here I am in front of Ned's door. I feel so stupid right now. This is a bad idea. I barely know the guy. Honestly, I barely know Peter either. Maybe I could just go sleep at that ship graveyard tonight. And then the door opens and Ned's standing there with a confused tilt of his head. Vance? I was already half turned away from the door and felt like a deer in the headlights. Ned notices the suitcase and frowns. Is everything all right? I blink a few times. I guess I'm doing this then. Well, no, not really. I need a place to stay for a day or two. I look at the ground. I felt so pathetic. It felt like I was a beggar. Ned didn't know what to think. His first thought was, isn't there someone else he could go to? Vance was one of the most popular guys at school. He didn't expect that Vance would come to him of all people for a favor like this. But then he thought about it some more and realized that if Vance was here asking for a place to stay, then he was probably desperate. And Ned liked Vance. He really did. He really enjoyed that day when he came over to build and destroy Lego with him. It was one of the most fun nights he's had. He could remember every time they've hung out. Vance was memorable in that way, made everything seem more fun when he was there. And now he's standing here in front of him with what looks like everything he owns, looking like his entire family was just murdered, which it might have been for all he knew. He certainly wasn't going to ask. "I'll have to ask my parents," Ned responds. I look up and he's giving me a big smile and my eyes threaten to spill tears. Jesus, I don't remember being such a crybaby. I wipe my eyes and nod. Ned retreats into the house, beckoning me to follow him. Who was that at the door? Ned's mum stops when she turns around to see me. "Vance, honey, what are you doing here?" she asks with a sympathetic look. I think she noticed the suitcase. I knew Ned's mum from the few times I'd been over. She always seemed quite nice. Of course, I thought my mum was nice too. Then she found out. It'll be okay. I just need to be careful and not reveal my mutant powers. Hell, if the fucking X-Men didn't show up, I would still have been fine at my place. I need a place to stay for a day or two. And I don't mean to impose, but I frown. I still didn't enjoy begging like this. "Of course, Vance. Stay as long as you need," she responded immediately. "We don't have a spare bedroom, but we can set you up in Ned's room with a sleeping bag. Would that be all right?" "That's more than all right. I really appreciate it. Thank you." I lower my head a little in a nod. "Don't mention it," she waves me off. "Now where did I put that sleeping bag?" She wanders off, leaving Ned and me by ourselves. He gives me a queer look but ushers me over to his room, where he turned on the GameCube without saying anything, and we started playing Mario Kart. It felt like a silent support. It was nice. He could obviously tell something serious happened, and he didn't want to push it. I appreciated that a lot. I didn't want to lie to him. His mum soon returned, and it was already pretty late, so after a few more games we both went to bed. Luckily, I brought my familiar pillow to sleep on. I was standing in front of my apartment door. What am I doing back here? I don't want to be here. What if someone sees me? I turn around to leave, but instead end up walking straight through the front door. What am I doing? This isn't right. I need to leave. I turn around and the door is gone, and in its place my father looms over me. He suddenly looked so much bigger and angrier. He was so furious. His face was red, and he had that look he got when something sent him over the edge. I can't believe it. My own son. Demon. Vermin. Freak. Disgusting. I place my hands over my ears in a protective gesture and shut my eyes tight, unsuccessfully trying to keep my tears from spilling. I just run in the opposite direction as fast as I can until the noise stops. When I open my eyes again, my mother stands there with that same look in her eyes that I couldn't place before. Yet suddenly I could. It was fear. She backstepped several times, placing her hands in front of her as if to stop me. Please, just go. And then I fell through the floor. I awoke with a start, breathing heavily, covered in sweat and wiping tears from my eyes. It was a dream, just a dream. I repeated to myself, trying to disassociate from the horror I'd been feeling. When I finally think I've calmed down, I notice Ned staring at me from his bed, his mouth hung open. I had a nightmare, I explained embarrassedly. Do you often float when you have nightmares? A flash of panic as I look down and see that I wasn't touching the ground. I was hovering just above it. My body lands with a bump as soon as I realize. I look up to Ned with panic in my eyes. I couldn't quite get a believable excuse out before Ned's eyes sparkled and he asked a question. Do you have superpowers? I blinked and looked down at myself. I sort of do, don't I? I'd never even thought of them like that before. I blinked again and decided to float the newly assembled Lego Millennium Falcon in the air for Ned's obvious amusement. Wow, that's amazing. Are you like a superhero? More like a mutant. I smile wryly. Ned's eyes widened. Like the X-Men? Yeah, they were kind of the reason I got kicked out. I frowned. Ned's head tilts a bit in confusion, and I sigh and look away. Why am I telling him all of this anyway? I gulp. My parents were less than pleased to find out I was a mutant. Ned's face scrunches up. What? Why? There's a whole lot of anti-mutant sentiment out there. My dad is pretty heavily into it. And the X-Men were involved? Ned asks. Yeah, 2 showed up at my front door and outed me as a mutant. Then my parents kicked me out. Wow, you met the X-Men? I raise an eyebrow. I slammed one into a car too. Ned looked like he was about to explode with excitement. You fought the X-Men? He had stood up now, gesturing wildly with his arms. I smiled, despite myself. Ned's reactions were really funny, even if the events themselves weren't as funny to me. Aren't they the good guys? Are you actually like a supervillain or something? I laughed out loud at that. Me as a supervillain just seemed so completely removed from reality. Ned, Vance, you've got to get ready for school. You're going to be late. I smiled at Ned, who had successfully cheered me up and went to the bathroom to have a shower. Ned was incredibly excited. Vance was a real-life superhero. Well, a mutant, but Ned wasn't sure what the difference was, or if it was really that important. Vance had some kind of awesome psychic power, and he even beat up one of the X-Men. So cool. Maybe Vance would bring Ned along while he fought crime or something. Arnold. It's all right, Arnold. You didn't mean to. Vance is all right. Norma tried to calm down her husband. He had a lot of trauma from his childhood, being beaten senseless by his own father. And then when Vance was born, Arnold promised himself he'd never lay a hand on his own son. Now, Arnold was shaking. He looked down at his wobbly hand and clenched it, before opening it and slapping himself across the face. Now's not the time, Arnold. You need to deal with the 2 mutants on the doorstep, he thought to himself, and turned around slowly, still shaking, only to be greeted by a wide-open door. His son and the 2 X-Men were gone. His eyes opened wide and he looked over at his wife, who seemed to be realizing much the same thing. Where did Vance go? Where did Vance? She yelled out. The 2 waited for a few seconds to see if their son would call back. They were greeted with silence. What happened, Norma? Arnold knew he sort of shut down after he realized what he was doing to Vance. Norma tried to think. She was frightened of the 2 mutants that appeared at their doorstep. They revealed Vance to be a mutant, and Arnold in a rage had lifted him by the collar. When Arnold released their son, he had a panic attack, and Norma comforted him, and then she told the mutants, Just go, please, Norma remembers. But she also remembers something else that she didn't quite absorb at the time. Their son's face. Vance's face looked shell-shocked, almost completely sobbing. She paled and grabbed her husband's arm. We need to find him. He's left. We need to find him. Arnold felt his body shiver in disgust. He had acted like his father used to. He's not sure about this mutant shit, but Vance is still his son, and he's not going to leave him out there by himself. Unless he... Did Vance leave with those 2 mutants? Arnold's lip curled into a snarl. Those bastards wouldn't take his son, even if Vance was... like they were. Arnold didn't like it. He knew Vance. He knew who his son was. He wasn't a monster, he was just different now. But those X-Men freaks, he couldn't let them get their claws into his son. He nodded to his wife seriously, and they both rushed out of the apartment. They both began to exit the apartment when the young man who had introduced himself earlier as Scott Summers blocked their exit. I'm afraid your son is coming with us. Arnold's blood began to boil again. He was always quick to anger, just not to violence. I'm not letting you freaks take my son away, Scott scoffed. Your son is one of those freaks, Mr. Astrovik. He's not like you. He's a good kid. Is that why you were about to beat him earlier? Because he's a good kid? Scott looked down condescendingly at Arnold. For Arnold's part, other than shaking with rage, he just frowned and said nothing. He hated how he acted earlier, but having someone like this smug piece of shit throw it in his face was particularly enraging. I'm not going to fucking let you. Arnold moved to push past Scott, who uncharacteristically smirked before knocking Arnold to the ground with a right cross so fast that neither Arnold nor Norma saw it coming. Arnold! Norma yelled, throwing herself towards her now unconscious husband. You're both pathetic. Vance will be much better off with people who understand him, his own kind. You 2 have failed him. He's ours now. Scott smiled smugly and left the 2 there. Norma couldn't help crying. Arnold, Vance, she sobbed to herself in the open doorway. No one heard her. Eric was enjoying a game of chess against himself. He rarely had time for leisure, so moments like this were quite rare. He had the Brotherhood to run and so many mutants to look after, quite a few of whom looked to him as both a leader and a surrogate father figure. Eric knew this was a big responsibility, but it's one that he took seriously. His Brotherhood was just that, a brotherhood, a place where mutants could trust they were safe under his protection, and a place where they could live freely with each other. He took no greater joy than from leading them. Raven walked in with her usual guile and waited for him to acknowledge her. Mystique, do you have something to report? They used their mutant names in the Brotherhood. It was supposed to symbolize their transcendence over their connection with humanity and their acceptance of their mutant superiority. I tracked 2 of the X-Men, Scott Summers and Jean Grey, in their recruitment of a young boy named Vance Astrovik. Eric stopped playing chess and gave Raven his full attention. The Brotherhood, much like the X-Men, was always trying to recruit powerful mutants to aid their cause. If one single mutant boy required both Scott and Jean to go and recruit, then Eric was willing to bet he was quite powerful. The 2 ended up in conflict with Vance, and he subsequently sent Scott flying into a nearby parked car, knocking him unconscious. That did interest Eric. Powerful, and he rejected the X-Men. He seems like a prime candidate for the Brotherhood. Additionally, I impersonated Scott to turn his parents hostile against the X-Men. Eric frowns. Why did you do that? I wasn't able to confirm much of the conversation, as I needed to stay a certain distance away from Jean at all times. However, based on what I saw, I thought it likely that his parents reacted in a hostile manner when they discovered Vance was a mutant. They wouldn't be the first. Eric nods to continue. However, I did overhear his parents after the incident and moved to avoid their reconciliation. They believe their son is now in the hands of the X-Men, when he is actually just staying with a friend from his school. Eric contemplates this. Are you sure this is wise? If there is something I trust of the humans, it is to discriminate and to inflict pain. I'm not sure your intervention was required. Raven shrugged. There was very little risk, and it should only help our cause. Eric sighs. Very well. What's done is done. However, don't involve yourself so directly from now on. He's already rejected the X-Men. There's no need to speed up his recruitment. If he were to find out that you did this, it would jeopardize it entirely. Raven just nods. She knew it would never be traced back to her. She was far too good. But she could appreciate Eric's position. He was their leader for a reason. Keep an eye on him. Lend him a hand if he needs one. Priority recruitment.